Thank you very much. Welcome to this interim board meeting for New Hanover County Schools. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Stephanie Adams.
Here.
Nelson Boyer.
Here.
Judy Justice. Here. Stephanie Craybill. Here. Hugh McManus.
Here.
Stephanie Walker. Pete Wildebohr.
Thank you very much. Before we get started, ma'am, I'm going to need you to put a mask on, please.
I'm covering my face.
No, you need to have a mask on that covers your nose and under your chin, please.
Show me the
Sergeant Blackman, you are out of order. Remove this woman from the premises, please.
on my face. I have a mask on my face.
All right, we will continue. The first item on the agenda this evening is the work session, board committees, and we will pick up where we left off last session. And Ms. Craybill, if you would like to please take the lead on this conversation.
Sure. All right, so we're not actually going to pick up exactly where we left off. I did want to just circle back around real quickly to, in case there are any board members who are still unclear as to what we're doing, is that I had proposed, suggested that our board policy 2230 board committees needed to be adjusted because it was out of date. And we needed to just tighten up on the committees that we had and set some basic expectations for each committee. So in doing that, I looked at policy 2410, policy development, adoption, and review, and it basically just said that if you have any changes, you bring them to the superintendent and the board chair, and we get started. So I did both of those, so I just wanted everyone to kind of know where we're coming from. So in your board packet, yes, ma'am?
Okay, so this is an informal conversation, but I think this is part of this type of meeting we're having. So nothing that we're doing now, as far as vote, it's just suggestions and discussion.
Yes, but with all due respect, informal conversation still means that I have the floor and I get an opportunity to present what I need to present before we take questions. So yes, so that's what that means. So if you have any questions while we're talking, raise your hand, I'll recognize, but I would rather you give me the opportunity to continue through the whole conversation so that then we can ask those all at one time. With the intent of this meeting is to come away with some basic expectations and some basic guidance. I see you, just one second. Some basic guidance on what the board would like for the policy committee to continue to work on. This is not meant to be us board making any decision right now. It's meant for us to be giving input. Ms. Justice.
Okay, you sent over a document, which we have, I'm popping it up right now, that had extensive changes on it. So you said that you're about to go over some items that you want us to consider. So are you going to go through what you sent over verbatim so we can, as you point out the changes, we can discuss those?
I had planned on doing that, yes, and I had planned on doing that last time, but we didn't get to that. So in your packet, if you would look, you see the and it's also posted on Assembly for everyone at home that they can look at that. We have the policy code 2230, and this again, this didn't show up with the track changes, so I apologize for that. It does show up with track changes, or it should, online. So the only thing that does show up is I highlighted the number of board members that our policy currently says needs to be on those committees. And those are some of the kinds of things, if we don't agree, then we should speak up and we should suggest those changes to the policy. As part of the policy, it talks about ad hoc committees, but it doesn't, the policy itself does not list ad hoc committees. So I put together a draft, and it says draft in red, of ad hoc board committees. And I did my best to put in the description of what they were for, and who are the members. And so this, again, this is just me trying to compile all the information that I had to my avail and that I had tried to get through from others. And then the third thing in your packet is at the top, it says New Hanover County Board of Education Committees, again, draft. And this is a supporting document so that we can change that frequently if we need to before we have to make an official policy change.
Which one, say that one again? Which one are you referring to on this group of items?
Okay,
you're
so
going
Ms.
through?
Justice, we have it says 2230 board
Right.
committees.
Right?
The next one says New Hanover County Board of Education Committees. Probably online, it says supporting documents with edits. That might be what I named
You
it.
said ad hoc committees, and then was it the next one? Can't read that.
You'll see it that it has green. It has yellow highlights and green highlights. That's the one you're holding in your hand right now. So those are the three that we're talking about. And so what the problem was is in the two big packets, the board policy itself and the supporting documents, they said different things. And so I just wanted our supporting documents to actually support our policy, or change the supporting documents or change our policy so that we are all in line. So what I would like to get out of this meeting today is Mr. Wildeboer had proposed a new committee, and that did make it to the, wait a minute. You know what, for some reason,
This is all Alex.
so, all right. If we could we pull up on, because there's what we're supposed to be looking at. On this board committees, it doesn't have, oh, yes it does, because I have Ms. Justice's notes. And I have, yes it does, number 8 on page 3 has Mr. Wildeboer's proposed committee, which is, you called it New Hanover County Schools Advisory Board. So I just took it verbatim, bless you, bless you.
Sorry, thank you.
And then Ms. Justice had proposed some committee last time, but she didn't send me anything in writing in time to make it to here. But our pink piece of paper is what she had proposed.
And it's also online. I sent it today.
Judy, is your hand up? Are you asking
Well,
a
I'm
question?
trying to locate, I think,
Everything you need is in your hands in a written format.
okay, well, we're supposed to start at the beginning of the edits, and you're jumping around, and I'm trying to
Madam Chair?
find the very beginning.
Point of order, please. Ms. Craybill has the floor. We've tried 3 times to get through this.
Excuse me, I'm just trying to
I would
find a
like Ms.
document.
Craybill to continue.
But I think that you would get more out of this if you simply listen and let her get through
Well-
her minutes and her comments, Ms. Justice. We will have plenty of time to discuss this if we don't have interruptions.
She just jumped over a whole bunch that she had earlier.
I hadn't gotten there yet. I was just telling you what my expectations were.
Ms. Craybill, go ahead and continue.
Okay, so the expectations are for us to try and discuss the 2 proposed new policies for consideration to add to our board committees list. And if you would look on the second to the last page, under letter E of the document that's the board committee's document, policy 2230, the one that only has yellow highlights on it with the number of board members that are required on the team. Letter E says, the board committee's expectations. All of our standing committees will have a chair, take and review and approve minutes, have a clear mission and goals, and determine a member term length. Recruit and maintain a diverse committee membership using a common membership application and recruiting time window, and periodically report progress to the entire board. All board advisory committees will have a chair, take and review, approve minutes, have a clear mission and goals, recruit and retain a diverse committee membership, and report progress periodically to the entire board. The reason that they are different is because the board committees are completely chaired and run by us board members. The board advisory committees are all committees that are chaired and managed by New Hanover County Schools employees, and the board member has been invited to sit on that committee. So that is why we didn't put down that they have to use a common membership application and a common recruiting window. But those are just my suggestions. So what I would like to do before we move on is just see if we can come to an agreement on these expectations. Does it make sense that all of our committees have the same basic format?
My concern is, you start with board policy 2230, board standing committees. When I looked at it this afternoon, there were red highlights of the things that you wanted to change.
Those are up there, those are posted online. They did not make it to the copy, and I am happy to go through those, but I want to go through
Yes, I would like to do
my
that.
order first, if you don't mind.
Well, the point is before we can go to the committees, we need to make sure that we change the edits that you added in order to change the committees.
No, the purpose was not to change the edits perhaps at this meeting, it was to go back and get to them. But what I'm asking us to do right now, if you don't
Okay.
mind, is to look at letter E and take a look and see if those basic expectations are expectations that we can put in place for all of our board committees.
Madam Chair? So, Ms. Crowell, I think I like all of them. The only concern I have is with number 5, recruit and maintain a diverse committee membership using a common membership application and recruiting time window. The only voting members on our policy committee are board members. So we don't really recruit, we don't add people based on application. There's a rotating NC Papa delegate, but, so the only thing I would say would be like to, maybe at number 5, put accepting the board policy committee, and then continue with recruit and maintain.
And so would policy committee, okay, so we'll put that for right now, so that when we go back to the other committees, then we can do that. We'll make a note if there are others. I'll write accept policy and others, or maybe we just change the wording.
Yeah, I like the stated expectations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Pete, Mr. Wildebohr?
I would like to second that. I think it's really, really good putting it in. But I kind of disagree with Mr. Boyer about that, because I think it's so, people have asked me, I'd like to be on this committee. How do I get on this committee? So I think we do need to have a set way, and a set time for people to be able to join, or at least apply to join. I've had several folks come and say, hey, I'd really like to be part of this. I'd like to be part of this discussion. Don't know how to get on, don't know when to get on. So I think that 5 is important. I think we do need to have a set way, so it's not just like, well, that's my friend, so I'm gonna put him on my committee, or that's, I don't like that person, so they can't be on my committee.
No, thank you for that.
I like 5 too.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I was saying the policy committee only has 3 members. We're
Right.
not adding different members.
Right.
So for policy.
But
Right,
now,
you're
since,
right, yeah, for policy.
Mr.
Sorry, I
Boyer, we
misunderstood you
could.
then.
We could if the policy committee chooses to do that. So, yes, but I have both of those things noted. Ms. Justice?
Okay, this is the reason I want to go back through policy 2230 and edit and have any changes before we actually go to the committees themselves. There's quite a few things that you had put down that you want to look in the future, and yet we're jumping forward to these committees, and it seems like first we need to have the basic policy changed so that when we do put these committees in and things are changed because we're going to do it after we change these committees, and we're going to have to go back and change the committees again. For example, where I said the situation
Ms.
where you-
Justice, we're not talking about individual committees right now. We're trying to get through expectations. So if you can hold that
Well,
thought till we get to
the
committees.
expectations are part of what I'm talking about. Part of being on a committee is something that I think that, in fact, I know I had brought up that we need to change how people are assigned to the committee and also how people are chosen. And so that is part of the expectations. If this were to be added, then these would all change. And so I said we should go ahead and do the part first, where if we're going to look at it from the beginning and then go into the committees, they'll be more organized and practical.
Okay, allow me to rephrase, since I'm taking the lead on the conversation, is that I asked for us to direct to letter E first, because that would help us in our discussions of the other letters in this policy. So
That doesn't fit what...
is everybody in agreement with E?
Yes.
Okay, so
Only,
are you in agreement or not agreement, Ms. Justice?
I'm not in agreement, because if we change the policy, then we're going to have to go back and change E, because then there'll be a couple things taken out.
Letter E could change. Letter E right now is a placeholder. If you look online, it is an add-in. It's a tracked change. So letter E could become F, it could become C, it could become Z.
Okay,
So
so it could be.
how about this? Are you in agreement with the content of letter E? Because, and that's what, is everybody in agreement with the content?
I believe you have a majority.
Okay, so we'll move forward. So, so now, if you could go back to the beginning, in what you have, we have letter A, board standing committees.
Correct.
And I have highlighted on there the number of people, number of board members that we have said we would like on these committees. I added in that where we will have to go back and discuss. I don't know what I called it, because in 1, 2, 3, the third paragraph, it says, Ms. Justice suggests another structure for naming committee chairs, but has not provided any proposed wording. We got that this afternoon at about 2, and it looks like it's called Committee Chairs, Committee Members, and Advisory Members Selection Committee. So we will just add that in to, I was trying to do these alphabetically, so those numbers will change a little bit. So what you see up there may not be the same as here, because again, we may have to change our numbering. So we'll put that in under, it'll be under C, a committee. So it'll go after budget and before equity. All the rest are the same, with the exception of number 7. Ms. Adams had proposed that last time and called it a legislator committee. I had originally thought she said legislative, but it was legislator. And her comments, her suggestion was that we have 2 board members, preferably 1 from each political party, because the committee, the role of this committee and the committee members will serve as liaisons between the Board of Education and our state legislators. And then these were my words inserted, not hers. Perhaps working in conjunction with the NCSBA per policy 2650, liaison with School Boards Association. They are not elected officials. The state school board chair is an elected position, isn't it? No? Is it appointed?
The state school board chair?
Yeah. Or State School Board Association. Are they elected or are they appointed?
It's been in the past, it's been voluntary because a lot of people haven't really stepped up.
Okay. All right. So, so again, this was our first new one. And then number 8 was the New Hanover County Schools Advisory Board that Mr. Wildeboer had proposed. And you can see his wording, but I'll go ahead and read them just so we can all hear. The committee is comprised of 2 board members and 5 at-large members. And I think, Mr. Wildeboer, you can jump in, but I think your at-large meant community, staff, whoever we said we didn't say.
Right.
So we could probably explain that a little bit better, maybe, but we'll just hold that thought because that's what you had asked for. The mission of the New Hanover County Schools Advisory Board to the New Hanover County Board of Education is to foster open dialogue with our stakeholders and to welcome input from them on important and sometimes difficult topics. The committee will thoroughly research and discuss the topics and will form recommendations to bring to the Board of Education. This is not intended to supersede Board Policy 2122, role of board members in handling complaints, but to allow for system-wide concerns to be heard and discussed. So that was that one. And then so I put number 9 as a placeholder, and we do, I called it the Committee Chair Nominating Committee, but Ms. Justice wants it to be called Committee Chairs, Committee Members, and Advisory Members Selection Committee. It would be composed of 3 board members, 3 members of the school board, selected by vote and nomination of the entire board. At least 1 member of each party must be represented. Applications for chair, members of committees, and board advisories must be submitted to this board for assignment and approval within the first month after the regular December meeting of the board. All right, so those would be under letter A. Hold your thoughts because we're going to come back. So those would be for consideration on, Ms. Justice.
I agree with you. Keep on going.
Okay. Letter A, that would conclude letter A. Letter B would be the board advisory committees. And so if you note in paragraph 2, it says it is unclear as to whether or not the proposed new standing committee, committee chair nominating committee, which is the one I just talked about, would play a part here as well. Because if we're going to use it for standing committees, then we probably should use the same selection process for the board advisories, or we don't have to. We can say we don't want to do that.
Excuse me, can we talk? Before, the last time, I pointed out, we're not the only ones that create advisory committees, so that needs to change in the description
If you
of
could
the
just
board.
hang on a second, I'm going to get there.
Okay,
Okay, letter B is board advisory committees. And these committees are committees that most of the people over here on the right-hand side of the room, or the left-hand side of the room, are the ones who chair. And we select somebody from this table to sit on their committees. That is my understanding of a board advisory. Am I correct? Dr. Faust, Madam Chair? Okay. So let's take a quick look down through there. Number 1 is ACES, Advisory Council for Exceptional Students. Number 2 is the Calendar Committee. Number 3 is the Educator of the Year Committee. Number 4 is the Gifted Advisory Council. Number 5 is the Board of Directors for Head Start. And just in case you're not familiar, this board is the Board of Directors for Head Start, but we do not have voting privileges. We just sit on their board. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. So we don't really have much to do with that except for listening and liaising, whatever that word is. And then so we have the Curriculum Committee. And these are new School Health Advisory Council per our policy 6140 that is coming, old policy 8620. It calls that we have to have a member of the board on that committee, and that's SHAC, for those of you who are more familiar with School Health Advisory being called SHAC. I moved the CTEC Advisory Committee from a board appointment to an outside committee to here, because this is a committee that is chaired by CTEC personnel and asked us to be a part of. So I just moved its location in the policy, and then added. And again, the number 8 is up for discussion. We don't have to move it. And then number 9, I put there as a part of discussion. Should we want to? We do have a crisis management team. Did we want to have a board member officially a part of that team? Not to run the team, but to sit and listen, kind of like what we, and contribute, kind of like we do with SHAC. So those are the board committees that we sit on school system committees.
okay, and
Yes.
there's a multitude, because some of these advisory committees were created and we are working with them, but they're done by the departments. There's a multitude of ways too with these different committees to have people sit on them.
We haven't gotten there yet, hang on.
Well,
These are the only ones that are in our official policy right now. That's why we're going through it as a policy. Letter C is board ad hoc committees. And we don't call out the board ad hoc committees in policy because ad hoc committees are just that, they change. So we didn't list those, and that is why I created a separate document. Kind of like, I don't know what policy I can think of, but the board sets policy, and then Dr. Faust and his team set procedures, protocols, guidelines, all the other things that you call those things. That's what you set, we just refer to them. So all I've done here on the draft ad hoc committees is list what we already had on our supporting documents. So that's why the supporting documents becomes important. And then so I just attempted to categorize this for us. If you noticed, just in case you're wondering, in the far right column where it says date dissolved, I typed in 8/17 for the board meeting's agenda and the dress code policy because I guess we just informally decided that at the meeting last time. But that is just a pending, and this is not an official document. This is just me trying to compile. So then we have letter D, which is board appointments to outside committees. And this is the one that I think Ms. Justice is referring to often. I only put this in here because it is directing us to board policy 20, hold on. It's directing us to policy 2660, which says board appointments to outside committees, where it's very clearly outlined what we have to do for that. And my note there just said it was unclear as to whether the committee that Ms. Justice proposed applies here as well. That would be something that we would have to decide.
no.
Then,
No. I was talking about the advisory committees, not these outside committees, as far as the ways people are
I'm getting there.
appointed.
Right now, our board policy only has these, as advisory committees listed in our policy. That's what I'm trying to get to, is that we have a policy, but we have all these other committees that we're going to get to in 1 second that may not be here.
Just, Ms. Grable, just
Yeah.
to make you aware, it's 5:26.
Okay, I'm hurrying. All right, so it looks like we didn't get to where I wanted to be. We didn't get to the discussion of the 2 new committees. But we did, and then again, letter F would be the open meetings laws. So in my last 4 minutes, I'm gonna just, let's go through this other one, and then we have to decide, I guess, how we're gonna actually handle that. Do we want this entire board to keep on rolling through this, or do we want to have some basic consensus and have us move it to policy to come back with wording? So if you look at that document, New Hanover County Board of Education Committee's draft, we start up here, the Board Development Committee. It matches with number 1, policy A1. But if you notice in the board, in this supporting document, it should have the same information as the policy. In some of our policies, it is the same. In some of our policies, it is not the same. And you can see what I've done here in the draft is to give the committee name, the board member assigned, any members of that committee. Oh, first of all, the subject matter expert from New Hanover County Schools, any members that are on. This is the living document. So as we get new members, we'll keep track so that everybody knows who's on the committee, and this will be posted on our website so that if, Joe Citizen wants to talk about something on the Family Communications Committee, then they can look at any one of these members and contact us. So that is I only have 4 minutes, Ms. Justice, so let me just finish my part,
but
please.
this doesn't-
So Budget Committee, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, Family Communications, and you see I have board members, subject matter experts, staff, community, so we know that oftentimes our staff, are filling in as parents, but we want to make sure that we have just regular old parents on there, because they may get information differently as a staff member. They may get it ahead of time or just differently. Family Communications, student scholarships, that's in there. The Policy Committee is in there. Board Advisory, Mr. Wildeboer is proposing that. And ACES is the same. The Director of Head Start is the same. Calendar Committee, Curriculum Committee, Educator of the Year. School Health Advisory, I added that in. CTEC, you can see that I tried to put that in the same format. Crisis Management. So I don't see any difference between the actual committees listed here and in our board policy. There should not be, but the information contained in both documents should be the same. So the Board of Education Committee members or representatives on outside committee, that work is directed by policy 2660. But we have it as part of this support document. So we can have 2 support documents, or we can lump them all in as long as they are doing the same thing. There's no need to have all these documents, because then we just get lost. So in 2660, we have the Cape Fear Community College representative to the Board of Trustees. We have the Hannah Block USO Committee, which may or may not be staying in existence, but we don't know that, and we don't have any say-so in that. The Parks, the Legion Stadium Commission, the Parks and Gardens Advisory Commission. Then we have bond priorities, capital requests, those were the ad hoc committees that were added on. So you can see they're all kind of in here together. So that's what I was trying to do, is look at our policy and make sure what we say in policy matches our support document, or vice versa. If one thing we don't like in one and it's in the other, then let's figure out what wording we want and make them both the same. So my last expectation of this meeting was to ask this question, based on what you've read here, and what you've read ahead of time, in preparation for this meeting, do you want the policy committee to take a stab, or do we need to talk about, because basically, this is my opinion, but you all can jump in. The main thing we have to talk about is the 2 new proposed committees, because that would be a change. We're not going to have time to do that tonight, so we can do a special call meeting, or board chair can decide how she wants to further that. But I just wanted to get consensus from us that we were on the right path, we agreed to the uniformity, and who and that you give the policy committee some latitude to make the appropriate word changing, knowing that it's going to be coming back to this board for approval in a first reading and in a second reading. So
Okay.
where do we go from here?
Well,
Can I make a quick recommendation?
Yes.
I would like to see a discussion put on the agenda for the October board meeting regarding the two new committees, and then I would like the policy committee to go ahead on the, I believe our meeting is the 11th, October 11th, and have a discussion, or maybe it's October 12th, but have a discussion at that point. So I'd like that discussion to take place on the 5th during the board meeting, and then the policy committee can go ahead and take a look at it at our next policy committee meeting.
Okay, and Ms. Justice?
yes, before we do any of this, and which I think a lot of us are very good, the idea of uniformity is excellent, and we definitely need to move forward on these committees. Before we do any of it, though, we need to look at the board standing committee policy. You had a number of changes you'd like, and they might be good changes, but before we do anything else, we need to look at that part because that affects everything on those committees.
All right, so if I could do this before we close. These were posted back on Friday for us to read. I didn't hear any comments. So before our next board meeting, if everyone would please read those, you can see them online with the track changes. I didn't take anything out. I tracked every change that I made. Some of it is just typos, some of it is just rearranging the wording, some of it is making our policy match what was in the supporting document. So if you would please provide me with your comments on those, or go to the document itself and track your own changes on there. There is no pride of authorship here. It is just trying to get us to the next point.
In order to change policy, we need to talk about it, then we need to decide whether we do want to amend it, and then if we do decide to amend it, then we send it to policy to agree,
No,
to
I
fit it
think
in.
that you've got that backwards, is that the new policies introduced or recommended to the board will not be adopted until a subsequent meeting. But any board member may initiate the proposal for new
Right.
committees or changes, which is what I've done.
Right.
The initiator makes the suggestions to the superintendent. The superintendent submits the proposals to the entire board policy committee. So I'm just trying to get us the work done.
Well, it's not just the superintendent.
Judy, it says right here in our policy that the policy committee does it. So I think that's what
Well,
we need to leave it with.
First, we make, and that's it, we want suggestions. But we need to, as a board, agree that they're suggestions, then send them to you, and then you guys look at them.
No, all it says is that the person making the changes asks and then submits a proposal. I'm trying to submit a
what-
proposal to the policy committee. And so all I'm asking for is your input and your help to submit a proposal to the policy committee so it can be reviewed by all the appropriate people and then sent back to this board.
Are board members comfortable with that plan? Yes, all right.
Do we need a vote or a straw
No,
vote or
you have-
consensus?
You have,
Okay.
you have majority,
Okay.
that is fine to move forward. We appreciate the work that
Okay,
has gone
thank you.
into
Sorry
this.
I went over my time.
Thank you, that's okay. And Mr. Bowyer, the conversation around the Legislative Committee and NHCS Advisory Board Committee, we can move to the October meeting.
As well as Mr. Waldeboro.
That's his, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
okay. All right, thank you very much. All right, we are going to move forward with our meeting, and we will begin with our invocation. Before we have our invocation, our New Hanover County has suffered some losses this week. We know that we have lost many people over the past 18 months, but here in our New Hanover County schools family, we lost David Wright, who was an EC teacher at J.C. Rowe, very beloved, and he will be missed. And in our sheriff's department, we lost Captain David McAlpine. And I would just like everyone to take a moment of silence for both of those wonderful individuals that have served this community with such passion. Thank you. Tonight's invocation is in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, and we have Javi Mendoza, the pastor of community engagement for Port City Church, and he is providing the invocation remotely in English and Spanish. All right, so if you could please rise.
Heavenly Father, we come to you with our hands wide open in prayer, lifting up our schools during this time, during this pandemic. Lord, give wisdom to the principals, vice principals, to the teachers, and to the students. We ask blessings for our children in the classrooms and for those who are participating in online school. We pray for the students that are ill. Father, please bring healing and recovery to their bodies. We ask that you bring reconciliation in these times to those in our city, our region, and our world. Teach us to see past our differences. Allow us to lean in, learn, and to listen and to empathize with others as we get a glimpse of what they go through. Lord, let us see the beauty in our giftings and the unique ways in which you have created each and every one of us. Unify our community. Help us to consider others above ourselves. Teach us how to love those with compassionate and kind hearts. Renew us and give us a new vision for our city. Let our city be a beacon of light and hope. We ask all of this in your holy name. It's in Christ Jesus we pray. Amen. Padre Celestial, venimos a ti con nuestras manos abiertas en oración, levantando nuestras escuelas durante este tiempo, durante esta pandemia, Señor. Da sabiduría a los principales, al viceprincipal de la escuela y los maestros y los estudiantes. Pedimos bendiciones para nuestros niños en las escuelas y para aquellos que participan en la escuela en línea. Oramos por los estudiantes que están enfermos. Padre, por favor, traiga sanidad y recuperación a sus cuerpos. Pedimos que traiga reconciliación en estos tiempos a aquellos en nuestra ciudad. Enséñanos a ver más de nuestras diferencias. Permítenos inclinarse, aprender y escuchar y empatizar con los demás. Padre, traiga unidad a nuestra comunidad. Ayúdanos a considerar a otros en vez de nosotros mismos. Enséñanos a amar a nuestros vecinos. Renueva y darnos una nueva visión para nuestra ciudad, que nuestra ciudad sea un faro de luz y esperanza. Le pidemos todo esto en tu nombre, te lo pidemos, Jesús.
Muchas gracias. Pastor Mendoza, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to add an amendment to this.
This is a special meeting, Ms. Justice. We cannot amend the agenda, only at regular meetings. Special meetings, we cannot do that.
Pardon? Say that
Any
one
other
more-
discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Agenda is approved, 7-0. All right, next item on the agenda is a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11, A1, 3, and 6, to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321. To present the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 1232G, to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privileged information. Do I hear a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we are in closed session. And I would like to mention, on the agenda, it says that we are on closed session until 7 o'clock. We do have many items to cover this evening, so it is potentially, we may potentially go later than that. So we just want people to know at home that are watching and those that are here at the BOE Center, we may be going over time this evening. So thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, thank you for your patience. The next item is the approval of the minutes. And my computer is moving really slow. The minutes that we are here to approve this evening are for special meeting on September 2nd and a special meeting on August 25th. Do I hear a motion?
Moved.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Any discussion?
Yes, I'm not sure special meetings, I thought it was interim, and tonight's the first time I heard the special meeting.
Can you speak to that, Mr. Shive?
So it's my understanding that these interim meetings, because they're not listed as regular meetings, and they're not part of the schedule that was approved for board meetings, regular meetings for the year, that they can either notice them as treated as special meetings, and then once they are noticed as special meetings, the board can only engage in discussion and action items that are listed on the meeting notice next year, whatever the board creates a schedule, if it wants to list these meetings as regular meetings of the board, then they can treat them differently.
Okay, and have they been noted as, I'm just asking, as special meetings, I thought they were noted as interim meetings.
We call them interim meetings, but I believe, Ms. Bowie, when we're noticing them, they're being, it's called a special meeting, right?
Well,
When the
And
media
if you look in the
announces them.
policy, there are several definitions, I'm sorry.
Yes,
There are
Ms.
several
Craybill.
definitions of an interim meeting, and a training work session is one of those meetings. And an interim meeting is one of those meetings.
Okay, my concern is just, I hate to put it this way, it was sprung on me, that this was a special meeting, because I know that in past interim meetings, we have added things to the agenda, and this is fine, but I wish I had known ahead of time that there was this enlightenment that we did not have before, and we were calling them interim meetings, and I did not realize that there was this designation as a special meeting, and thus we couldn't add things to the agenda.
Yes, on the email that I sent you, I said with adding things to the agenda can be done at a regular meeting.
When
I
did
put that
you
in the
send
email
that?
the other day.
The other,
I said that if there are things you would like to add to the agenda or make an addendum to the agenda, you need to do it during a regular meeting.
I did not realize that was attached to a special meeting consideration. So in the future, could you be a little more clear?
Aren't we voting on minutes?
These are minutes, yes.
Okay.
All right, so we have a first and a second. All those in favor to approve the minutes for September 2nd and August 25th, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, minutes are approved, 7-0. Next item on the agenda, consensus items. We only have one item for consensus this evening. It is a personnel report. Dr. Coker, would you like to come to the microphone to present? Simply because I know we'd like to recognize, so.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, superintendent. Tonight, I'd like to submit the personnel report to you for approval. I have 2 administrative recommendations on the personnel report for your consideration.
All right, you have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Personnel recommendation has been approved. Yes, Mr.
Madam Chair, I
Wildebohr?
believe that the assistant principal is here. Could we recognize her, please?
Yes, sir. We would like to recognize Ms. Krista Faison to the microphone, please. New assistant principal for New Hanover High School. Welcome, Ms. Faison. Congratulations. If you'd like to say a few words, we are very excited to welcome you to the administrative family for New Hanover High School. Go Wildcats.
Thank you so much. And if I may, I would like to say to God be the glory. I'm really excited for the opportunity to serve New Hanover County Schools, in which I've been a teacher for the past 8 years. I've grown up in New Hanover County my entire life as a student at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, and just serving under such amazing leadership like my principal, Miss Rachel Manning, Dr. Willis, and Miss Beckelheimer, Miss Talbert, my former principal at Snipes Academy, as well as Miss Connolly, and then also working under the tutelage of Miss Cannon, Lindsay Cannon over at New Hanover High School, who I had the pleasure of walking in her footsteps. And the Bible says that the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. And I am just really excited to delight not only in Ms. Cannon's way and that she's paid for me, but also in the way of Mr. Sutton. And just hearing so many wonderful things about him, the way he has carried the staff and the students, and just to be a part of a beautiful and encouraging and loving family at New Hanover High School. I didn't come to say a whole lot, but also just as a shout out for my own family. My great-grandfather actually helped to build New Hanover High School. Oh, wow. And my grandfather, his office was in the, in the vocational education building right below the catwalk, and he was the vocational director for New Hanover County Schools for a very long time. And so I'm very excited to follow in their footsteps and to be a part of this opportunity. And I want to thank the board. Thank you, Dr. Faust. Thank you to Ms. Adams. Thank you to all of you who have just contributed and have put your faith in me as part of the New Hanover High School team. So I'm very excited. Go Wildcats.
Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing all you do.
You play the violin.
Oh, yeah.
You're Judge Fason's daughter?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Because we had a Salvation Army breakfast, and you were in a quartet playing the violin for about 2 or 3 hours. You remember?
Yes, sir.
I remember that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mr. McManus. I appreciate that.
By the way, new assistant principals hired after the 20th of September have to do dinner for the entire faculty.
Well, I don't mind being a part of that. Thank you so much. We love to be a part, to provide the music for sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Love those kinds of announcements. That's a good night. All right. Next item on the agenda is old business. The first item to discuss is the Laney High School Buccaneer Stadium football field. There has been discussion, as you know, a few months ago, we decided on the name of Buccaneer Stadium with Laney. It was renamed, and there was a discussion about potentially naming the field. And so I would just like to open a motion to the board if you have a suggestion.
I move that the football field itself at the Buccaneer Stadium be named after Coach Larry Toto.
I second that.
All right. We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Yes, Ms. Craybill.
So, according to our board policy 5400, naming or renaming of school facilities, it says pretty clearly that any new or renamed school will be named for geographic terms related to the area of the county served. New or renamed facilities may only be named for geographic terms or with words or terms that have meaning for a given school. And then if you go down, it says the term facility includes properties, structures, and buildings, and that means, and fields is one of those. So in order for us to do that, we would be violating our policy 5400. So.
Okay, I don't.
Let's go to Ms. Justice, Mr. Bullier, and then Mr. Wildebohr.
Okay, I don't agree with your interpretation of the policy according to this particular situation, because it also says part of the policy is meaning for a given school. And this came out very much so when we did the survey. I think, oh my gosh, overwhelmingly they wanted to name it after Coach Toto, and a lot of the reasons, because some of them gave reasons, is because of his meaning to, he was such a beloved coach that they literally nicknamed the field even now, Toto's Field. So it's a meaning, it's not just a person that they're naming it after. It's an action, since he was such an amazing coach and did such a good job while he was there.
Great, thank you. Mr. Bullier?
Madam Chair, thank you. I do agree, excuse me, I do agree with Ms. Craybill's interpretation of the policy, and I've been pretty consistent on this. I really urge every high school, if they feel, and every middle school, every elementary school, if they feel it's warranted, to come up with a way to honor the many wonderful coaches and administrators, teachers that have graced New Hanover County Schools really since we incorporated. I think we have a lot to celebrate. I just don't think picking one person and putting a name to it, I think that sort of limits, the next coach or the coach after that. So I've been pretty consistent with this, and that's about all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Wildebohr?
Well, and I look at the policy. Policy specifically does not say it cannot be named. I've asked the question of several board members why it doesn't say that, and I was told because that's not the purpose. So if that's not the purpose, so, you know, if we say at some point we can name it, if this happens or that happens, you know, you look around our county. If we start taking names off of fields and basketball courts, you know, you just look at Laney itself. You know, if you let's go inside, we'll have to take 2 names, you know, off the basketball court if we do that. So, you know, I know Mr. Toto, Coach Toto. I've served with him in church. I've known him as a coach. When I started many moons ago as a coach and teacher at Trask Junior High School under Mr. McManus, he was the football coach next door. And he's a wonderful man. I have taught his children, all outstanding. You know, he does mean a lot to a lot of people at Laney High School. The policy clearly does not say that we can't name it after someone. So, again, that's why I seconded it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
I happen to agree with Ms. Justice and Mr. Wildebohr, especially since the survey came out and over 50% were in favor of naming after this gentleman. I don't have the experience that Mr. Wildebohr, Mr. McManus may, or Ms. Justice with knowing him, but I think we've had plenty of time to hear if there's anything or any problems. And the policy, I agree, is ambiguous. It might look like it clearly says something, but it doesn't. Because I feel like if certain circumstances changed, then a name would be. Like if money was donated. I feel like that's not the purpose. And it seems to me, Laney, this does mean something to that school. So.
If I could just, one more.
Let's go Ms. Craybill, and then Mr. Wildebohr, you can finish.
Okay, so I'm allowed to talk twice, so I'll do my once. Our policy does not say that just because we put out a survey, that means we have to act on that, just because the public wants that. And we're not talking about the character of Mr. Toto. At least I'm not talking about the character of him. I'm talking about the intent of our policy, and it's not to name it after people. And so I'm having a real hard time with us talking about this again. I mean, this is the second time that we've brought this up, and and if anybody has talked with any of the current administrators at Laney High School, there is not an overwhelming desire to name after anybody. So that's, you know, my 2 cents on just talking with people who are currently there, including the principal and the athletic director.
Mr. Wildebohr, and then Ms. Justice.
I go back to the survey. If we don't want to ask, you know, if we don't want an answer, we shouldn't ask a question. You know, and when it's 12% want what we named it, and 50, I think I had it 53 or 54% said that they want it named after Mr. Toto, Coach Toto. I mean, like I say, we shouldn't ask questions if we don't want answers. We're here to represent the people, and if we truly represent the people, then we need to listen to the people.
Right, and I worked at Laney all through the 90s, and I know the people you're referring to. There could be personal differences, possibly. It has nothing to do with naming anything after anything. But I do know I've talked to plenty of teachers and plenty of people in the community, and I have not heard a negative word. So I'm surprised you did. But if it happened, it happened. As I said, that could be personal as opposed to naming.
I said I did not hear anything not personal, sorry.
Mr. McManus, and then we will vote.
Unfortunately, a lot of school boards are heading the direction of not naming anything after anybody for all the reasons that a lot of school boards are having to deal with after. This has nothing to do with Larry Toto. I've known Larry Toto. I can't say one negative thing about him whatsoever. So if I was going to vote to name something, I would definitely vote for Larry. But if we're going to start a precedent again, and then everybody's going to want something to be renamed or named, and I think we need to stick with, we have names, we're not going back and change them unless we have to. But I just think we need to follow the policy.
All right, thank you. Looks like we're going to have a split vote on this. So Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll? The motion on the table is to name the Buccaneer Stadium field after Coach Larry Toto.
Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Boyer?
No.
Ms. Justice?
Yes?
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, for sure.
Motion fails 3-4. Thank you very much. All right. Next item under old business are policies 2330, 2335, 5070, and 6084 review drafts. Mr. Bollier, as policy chair, would you like to take this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to put my mask down so everybody can hear me better. I'm actually going to take these a little bit out of order. I think they'll make more sense that way. These have been ongoing discussions amongst the board and amongst the public. Policy 2335 I'll address first. It discusses advanced delivery of meeting materials. And we have changed the policy to say that the proposed agenda and supporting materials will be made available for public inspection at the same time they are distributed to board members. And of course, that will be at least 5 days prior to each regular meeting. So we've heard a lot of questions coming from our media partners, and this was just something that we thought we could do to better address their concerns and to make sure that they had access to information in a timely manner so that they could do their jobs. Are there any questions about this policy? Excellent. So moving on to policy 2330, board meeting agenda. This is a corollary policy. We decided that in order to perform our job as a board and in order to allow our staff to perform their jobs effectively, we needed to change the date in which agenda additions would be received. And so we changed it from 6 days prior to the board meeting to 6 days prior to the agenda review. Does anybody want to discuss that?
Yes, I would like to discuss that. 6 days prior to agenda review. An awful lot of things can occur in that time, and so that's limiting the topics we could place on the agenda that might come up between now and then. I think that's a big stretch to take it back. I guess that would be altogether 9 days before the actual board meeting itself. Oh, it's even more than that, 10? And as it is, I'm not even getting a lot of success when I ask to have agenda items added on because they keep getting moved and moved, although they're told to me that they will be putting on. This is just making it even more difficult, especially when the public wants things put on there and you're repeating what the public wants, and they just month after month problems happen. Now, even though it's 9 days in that month, there can be many things that could come up in those 4 or 5 days.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not speaking for the committee, but I felt at the time that the consensus was, and each committee member can speak for themselves, and in consultation with staff, that this was something that was necessary in order to allow our administration to effectively present us with information and to allow them the opportunity to effectively do their job. So that was the intent. It's certainly not to stifle anybody from speaking. That's still plenty of time, but if they want to have our presentations ready to present to the public, they need more time than what our policy currently allows for.
Our senior staff has a job to do every day. And if we say to them on a Wednesday, we want this now added to the agenda, and the expectation is the materials will be available to the public 2 days later, that stops them in their tracks with whatever important work they're doing for the district in order to prepare a presentation for the board, for the public to be able to see. I don't think that's fair. This was one of my suggestions because I feel that we need to give them the respect they deserve because they want to be best prepared to present to us and provide the best information, well presented. And so by asking this, and you know what, and I get it, this is a change. And so it's going to be a change for the community. So if the community has wants and needs that they are discussing with us that they would like to hear about, then it's just backing it up an additional week to make sure that that's getting in. And so it's just all of us moving into a new cadence of timing. Yes, Ms. Justice.
Question.
Oh, sorry, Mr. McManus, and then we'll go to Ms. Justice. And I'll come back to you.
You don't look like me. Are there any options for anyone else to add to that at all, or is it shut off for everyone, regardless? As far as the agenda, as far as adding to the agenda? If we do what Nelson...
Mr. McManus, what are you, I'm not sure.
You've increased the number of days ahead of time.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the cutoff for everyone.
For board members to add information, right. And then that gives the senior staff and anyone else that is going to be presenting time, the agenda review would happen on Wednesday.
Okay.
So now they're going to have had additional time to prepare to finalize the agenda, because then 2 days later, we've said that we want to release
But
to
the
the public.
superintendent can still add something to the agenda.
That's not the goal of this. I mean, unless it's a necessity.
Yeah, well, typically, I wouldn't, unless it's an emergency,
Right.
that we need to
Okay,
add.
all right.
Okay,
Yes.
I would like some clarification.
Then we'll come back to you. Yes.
Okay, so what you
Point of
just,
order,
Seriously.
point of order, Madam Chair.
But Ms.
Yes. I
Let her go-
believe,
go ahead.
in our parliamentary training, everybody is supposed to speak once if they desire to speak before somebody speaks a second time.
Okay, sorry.
That's what I was
Let's
trying to
go to
say.
Ms. Grable, then to Ms. Justice. Thank you.
So during our policy discussion, we talked about the fact that if we're going to have a regular meeting and an interim meeting, that basically Dr. Faust and his senior staff are doing nothing but preparing for the meetings and then having the meetings. So we also talked about, it didn't make it to here, but we also talked about perhaps developing all the things we want to talk about in a month and then figuring out how to divide them between the regular meeting and the interim meeting so that they would be equal length, not one 6 hours and one, an hour and a half. So that was the case. And then if we have a regular meeting, we are allowed to ask for agenda items to be added in a regular meeting. We're just not allowed to ask for agenda items to be added at the interim. So a lot of these issues that are burning, we've had for a long time, so we have time to put them on, and then the staff will have time to present them. So it's not knee-jerk, reactionary, it's proactive kind of work. So that's kind of the stuff, and you can go back and listen to our discussion, and that, it happened with all the people that were there. So that's kind of where we were going with that, to try and streamline our this policy, which we've been working on for quite some time.
Okay. All right, Ms. Justice.
you haven't talked, go ahead, Ms. Walker, first.
Oh,
Did you have
okay.
your hand up?
Thank you.
Because I was talked first, so.
Thank you very much. I looking at this agenda, and I understand the need to streamline. I guess the problem I'm having is of getting items on the agenda, because there are a lot of times we have asked for them, and they haven't been, you haven't let that happen, or we've gotten an email that says, we'll put it on at the interim, never gets put on at the interim. So there's got to be an expectation at some point, if two board members ask for it, that it gets put on the agenda in a reasonable amount of time. And I don't think, there may be some dispute whether or not that someone wants to have it on the agenda, but at the same time, if board members ask, that's the process. And I feel like there's some of the things that I have asked and requested were just not put on. And I don't know why. Now it's because it's an interim, or it's a special meeting. We can't change the agenda. So it's stifling board members' ability to get things on in a timely manner. And I would like somehow, if we have to adjust this or add language to the policy, that we get that nailed down, because it's frustrating for me as a board member to try and get things on agenda, and I'm just blocked all the time. And it's not, they're just simple things, like, things that, we're already on a meeting from before and we need an update on. So I see the timing issue, and I appreciate that. If we're working on this policy for this way, and I think it was great, the change to get the public to have those agenda items, but at the same time, I need clarification on getting things on an agenda, because it's been frustrating.
Right, and, okay, now,
Yes, Ms. Justice.
all right. I want to ask a question, but then I want to make a comment, but I wanted some clarification. You said that you want to move it back to having 9 days, or how many days before the Wednesday?
It's the Friday before the Wednesday agenda review.
Okay, and then if we have the Wednesday agenda review, then there's 2 days for the senior staff to get their stuff together.
The goal would be that they would be hearing those items the Friday before, and they could start creating, and then during the agenda review, if edits are needed, those conversations can be had about, well, board members need this information, that's not included on the slide, so they can edit it up and then be able to release to the public truly what would be presented the following Tuesday.
Okay, and this discussion, honestly, I want to help senior staff because I know how complicated their jobs can be, but to me, what Ms. Walker brought up, and what I brought up, is even more valid. We have policies in place that certain things should be placed on the agenda in certain ways. They haven't been followed. And it's gotten really frustrating to the point where I don't want to have bad relationships with people that make those determinations, but it's sort of been forced on us because of frustration. Now, Ms. Craybill just made the statement, get everything together at the end of the first of the month and then figure it out. Well, if, split them up. If you do that, that makes it even worse. We don't know at the beginning of the month what's going to happen the whole month. And this interim meeting, we need to have the discussion too, and I think Mr. Scheid brought it up, and thank you, that once the year rolls around, we've been talking about turning that interim meeting into a regular meeting, and that would solve the problem with the special meeting. So, I mean, there's things we need to talk about here. And this is rather simple about helping them prep time, but some of these other things I'm hearing here, we really need to be talking about this instead of, the 9 days or one thing, but these other items are even more important if we want to be able to put things and address things so we won't have a backlog. Some of the stuff we've had on the agendas are brought up months ago, 6 months ago, and we're still, like the Laney Stadium, it took over a year to get that done. And it shouldn't happen like that because people won't put things on the agenda. And that was before, I think that might have even predated Ms. Adams, so I'm not saying that was even her necessarily, anybody. But we got to follow policy. People are saying we're not following policy. Well, this is a policy that's not being followed. So, I consider those days, the 2 days, I do believe they do need help, but we need to talk more about this policy before we set it in stone.
So does the board feel that policy 2335, advanced delivery of meeting materials, needs additional edits?
I do.
2335?
The advanced
Board
delivery
meeting
of meeting
agenda.
minutes.
Sorry. Not 35. 35 is okay, right? That's the one.
2330 is the one we're
Oh,
talking
sorry,
about right
sorry.
now,
Miss-
Board Chair.
I'm reading them as they
It's
were.
okay.
Sorry,
2335
as he
is
was
okay.
pulling them. Sorry, 2330.
I would like to suggest some edits. I don't know if this is appropriate, Madam Chair, to do it now or wait until we,
We can pull it from approval, and Mr. Bollier, if you would like people to send additional,
I'd like to vote on this
like to
policy.
vote on it. Okay, Ms. Craybill.
Can we have if you have suggested wording, can we put it in now? So that, because there's no need for us to pull the policy back to policy, because the policy committee already recommended this.
Right.
So we're going to go back and have the same discussion. So my suggestion would be, if you've got wording, then send your wording so we know what we're talking about.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Madam
Ms. Walker.
Well, I hear that we got to send it to policy now. Here we want wording now. It's like you can't have it always. Like, I can make a motion now, but, this has been an issue for a while. And I feel like, if you want me to make a motion now, I will to add additional wording. But you all want it to go to policy because y'all want to be able to bring it out of policy. So I need clarification on that. I mean, I can scribble down some words now, but I feel like that's too much on the fly. I mean,
Madam Chair?
Wait, just 1 second, Mr. Bollier. I think that, let's get to the other two policies, just review them really quickly. And then I think that our vote needs to be our voice in this conversation. I've heard from two people that have issues with 2330. That is not a majority of the board. So I think that what we need to do is we need to take the vote. So let's go through, let's move through the other two policies, and then if we need to take them out individually and vote on them individually, we can do that, okay? Mr. Bollier, if you'd like to introduce the other two.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Policy 5070, Public Records Retention, Release, and Disposition. So, as you know, we have been getting a number of requests for public records. They are really time-consuming. Oftentimes, they're extensively or prohibitively time-consuming. And so, in accordance with North Carolina General Statute, we have come up with a special service charges for excessive requests. And we have termed those here in Section D. And it just stipulates the labor costs and what the charges will be. Gives you an estimate for what the charges will be, rather.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Craybill?
The one thing I just wanted folks to know is that to really understand what the definition of extensive is. And about halfway down, it says, for purposes of this policy, the board considers 4 hours or more to be extensive clerical or supervisory assistance and will impose a special service charge for actual costs incurred in excess of those 4 hours. The school system will provide an estimate of any special service charges before making the records available and will give the requester the option of paying the charge or narrowing the scope. So everybody needs to know that we're not limiting what you can request. We'll get an estimate, and if it's over 4 hours, then you will be charged for the overage, not the 4 in the front.
Okay. Ms. Justice.
Wow, FOIA request. This is a public right for people. I see absolutely no information here about what you're, beyond the 4 hours are free, and after that, then we're going to start charging. I see no criteria what you're going to charge. Are you hiring somebody to do this position? Because
Mr. Smith, would you be able to speak to that, please? Thank you. Josh Smith, Chief Communications Officer. Sorry for the surprise invite to the mic.
Good evening, board members, Madam Chair, Superintendent. Yes, ma'am. So we are hiring an administrative support position to help with the facilitation of public records requests to this date. And since I've come on board, we are working with requesters to ask that they narrow the scope if possible. And when it's not possible, it's noted, and we continue to work through said public records request along with Tharrington Smith for redaction services. So anything that is attorney-client privileged or dealing with students needs to be redacted. And I believe Ms. Stagner's previous testimony in June had a dollar amount attached to the redaction fees to that point, which was somewhat north of $22,000, if I recall correctly. So there's a fee associated with massive levels of...
$22,000 what? I'm sorry.
Approximately $22,000 in fees associated with redacting a public records request in order to turn back over to the public. And so we happily work with folks that are requesting information to see if it's possible in their search for information to narrow the requests, because some are north of 400,000 emails, for example, and that's an enormous endeavor. Additionally, we are procuring software out of the communication division budget to assist with rapid redaction as well as public display of said public records requests. A public records request is a public record itself, and so we want to be very transparent in who's requesting, what they're asking, what the status of that request is, where it is in the queue, and then ultimately the answer, because folks may have similar questions. And so this is underway. We actually bid for that today, that piece of software. And so any additional questions I'll happily answer with regard to.
Well, go ahead.
Can I go down here to Mr. Wildebohr and
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Walker?
Could you give us an approximation on what the cost will be for this new hired person?
For the
person that we are hiring to help with this whole...
So I would need to defer to HR. It's an administrative support position, so the classification of that position, I'm not...
So I can answer that. That's the email that you received is not true. I did not say it's going to be $50,000. What I said is when you add in benefits, so we don't charge for benefits are included in salary. So if you include, we'll say an average of $26,000 for benefits, in addition to what the salary is, you're at 50. But the salary is not a $50,000 salary.
Right. Well, that's still a lot of money, whether way you put it up. So thank you.
So,
Ms. Walker?
so it's not being hired just for record requests, right? They're going to be doing other things.
So this person will fall under Communication and Outreach Division, and they will be the administrative support position. I anticipate them handling some public records. Currently, our media relations manager, and per his position description, also handles public records requests.
Okay.
So this administrative support position will assist where required with public records, but other administrative duties, to include the upkeep of the COVID dashboard. That's a labor-intensive process that occurs on Fridays when we get the data from the health department. And so certain administrative duties as assigned is what this person would be doing.
So you brought up legal services and the amount, but we can't pass that on to the public. That's not a fee we can pass on to the public. I just wanted to put that out there. But I know when I was at the policy committee meeting, I sat in on it because I was actually the one that pulled 5070 because it wasn't clear. Y'all were supposed to come up with a fee schedule. Has that happened yet?
So the fee schedule referenced, and I apologize, I wasn't at that particular meeting. I know Ms. Mary Hazel Small was working on the fee schedule because there is one that's standard for New Hanover County Schools, and I believe it was the application of that fee schedule that would kick in after said 4 hours, but again, not before communicating said fees with the requester and giving them the opportunity to do so. So I would defer that.
So say the recommendation from Deborah Stagner was that we had something in policy that was clear to the public on what we were charging. So that's why I was following that up, because I feel like that recommendation was given to us at that time.
Hazel has it. Welcome to the microphone, Mary Hazel
Hi.
Hall,
Hi.
Chief Financial Officer.
It was my understanding we have, if we have to charge actual, the cost of the person doing the work. We are going to put on the fee schedule that we'll bring to you in October with all the fees for the year, the average, just so that we could give folks an estimate of, or the ability to see what, an average clerical position or an average administrator, so they'd have some sense of what it was. But we would actually quote them our actual estimate of, based on how many hours are estimated for that.
So I was going to say, as a follow-up to that, it's not listed in this policy wording that we have a fee schedule, right?
But the policy does refer that it would be actual cost. We will refer to the policy on the fee schedule and include in the fee schedule average cost.
Okay, and that will be posted on the website or, communicated with the public what it would cost, like, and as an average? Because that's not on here either.
Yes, ma'am, of course. And so I can't imagine a situation in which any member requesting public records would be surprised. It's an active dialogue. It has been to this point. That would continue with the requester if narrowing the scope is possible for what they seek. And if it's not, then we would communicate said cost based on the fee schedule of New Hanover County Schools with that individual. And they would have the option to proceed with the request at the stated cost or narrow the request at that time.
Just last thing I was saying is that's the only reason because I don't want the public thinking that we're trying to deter them from doing records requests. And that's the reason we want to be as transparent as possible.
Yes, ma'am, of course. Right. Which is the rationale, again, behind it's not just we can keep track of public records requests as they come in, we certainly do, but to do so publicly in a way that assists folks with that level of transparency, what is being asked, what is being answered, and the status of said requests, because members of the public use public records request, industry uses it, the media uses it to receive information. And so a transparent way to essentially hang that information for all to see and check status would be mutually beneficial, I feel.
So one of the things that we just need to consider, the reason why they're saying this is that on average, we're not hitting 4 hours. But here lately, we've been getting, well, I won't say lately, but up until this point, we've had to produce 1 million plus emails. So someone has to go through 1 million emails to then produce. So that does take some time in order to get that. And so, yes, if you're producing 1 million, that takes away from someone's job that they're supposed to do. We do want to make sure that we're giving them because we have to do it in a timely basis, and we do do that. But right now, we're sending that over to our attorneys because we don't have the manpower to do that. But when we're looking at, and that's not just one, that's multiple public records requests where it's 800,000, 1 million. And when they're going back to 2016 and they're asking for these things, we have to produce them for them.
And so the vast majority of public records requests certainly go nowhere near a 4-hour timeline. Generally, it's a question about curriculum or a contract that we're able to very quickly pull and provide. Nor do we do them necessarily sequentially, one after another. It really depends on the time and labor-intensive what it's going to take to answer said request.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Mr. McManus.
Yes, Mr. McManus.
When it's referred to an attorney, what's their hourly charge?
I couldn't speak to that, sir.
Can you answer that, Colin? As a rule, average.
Our firm's rates for a partner are $235 an hour. I'm not sure about
How much?
associates. $235 an hour for a partner. I'm not sure about for associates.
235, okay.
But again, that's not what this policy is addressing. This policy only addresses staff time of the school system. Under the statute, we're not allowed to pass on the cost of attorney time and separating confidential from non-confidential information. But staff time that it takes to gather the responses to determine when you're dealing with 1 million, emails or some other large number of documents, to coordinating that and putting together responsive emails in itself can take many, many hours. And so that is the time that is contemplated by this policy that would be passed along.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Justice, and then I think we should move on to the final policy.
Okay. Well, my concern now, if we say that we'd like to pull this back, we don't need to have a majority of the board agree with that, right?
If we vote to approve the edits, yes. right?
Okay, well, my concern is I would like to see the figures that Mary Hazel's bringing in so we can break down and get some kind of idea what the public will be charged. I'm glad to hear that you're saying that the 4 hours, usually most of them don't take that long. And not only that, I mean, honestly, it scares me to a certain extent. It almost, and I'm not saying it's happening, but I've seen it happen in other districts where they do charge for this, and it does discourage people from asking. FOIA, to me, is our public right, since we're a public entity. And in all honesty, a lot of this is truly coming from what was going on the last several years, the discoveries from past, if you want to say, bad actors, sadly. And I really think if we can get ourselves under a situation where that's not going on, that would be a whole different situation where we would even be asking this kind of question, that we need somebody to do that. That's what my hope would be sometime down the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I know this was not anticipated for you to come up, but I appreciate it, the clarification. All right, final policy, Mr. Bollier.
Madam Chair, thank you. Policy 6084 addresses conflict of interests and gifts. This was pretty straightforward in terms of an edit, and this is an existing policy. As you all know, we are in the process of updating our policies to the North Carolina School Boards Association. And with that update, sometimes you have, like with an issue like ethics, you have different policies in different places. So we won't be removing this policy fully because multiple new policies fall under its current jurisdiction. And so what we've done here, because we do have an update coming, is we've simply changed the language here under solicitations or receipt of gifts or benefits prohibited and required disclosures from less than $25 to less than $50. And those items are promotional items, honorariums for participation in meetings, or meals furnished at banquets. Anything greater than $50 would have to be disclosed.
Any discussion? Yes, Ms. Walker.
Well, I just had a question. Why is this coming up now? Was there a reason that we had to do it so quickly and not do it next month with the regular ones?
One of the policies that we're planning on addressing is going to cover this area in particular, and we just want to make sure that while 6084 is still part of our policy manual, and it will be for a little while yet, it matches up with the new policies from the North Carolina School Boards Association.
Anybody else?
Just to clarify, Ms. Walker, the 6,000s you would think would be coming next, but we are going to be holding them off and putting the 9,000 series next so that the new assistant superintendent for HR will be with us to assist in reviewing those policies. So 6,000 is not, the 6,000 series
I
is
see.
not coming next.
Okay. But this one was important just to bring out
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you for presenting those, Mr. Bollier. I'd like to make a motion to approve the draft suggested updates as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any discussion?
Yes,
Ms. Justice.
I would like to pull 5070, and I'd also like to pull 2330 for further discussion and be more specific. We can send things in to policy, and I would like to see them come out with the responses to what we are sending in.
Ms. Justice, so since this is not on the consent agenda, a single board member cannot pull a policy from the main vote. You could ask to amend the motion to remove one of those items.
Okay, so I'm asking to amend the motion to remove policy 2330. And can I do two at once, or do I have to do two separate?
You could say both.
Okay, 2330 and 5070.
All right, so there's a motion to amend the motion to remove policy 2330 and 5070 from the approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion?
I just feel like I would like to add more to this 2330 especially, and probably 5070 as well, just a few other things. I mean, I hear, Ms. Grable say, oh, well, you could have sent it sooner. Well, sometimes the moment comes to you and you don't know exactly what you want to change. But there are a couple things I feel like we should add to these policies that would make them stronger. And if we're all about doing things according to policy, I think that we should get it right. So that's...
Okay. All right, so you have a motion and a second. Yes, Ms. Justice?
Is this a discussion?
This is to amend.
This is a discussion now to amend.
Yes.
Okay, I have been saying, and you all have seen this, 2330 multiple times to add to the agenda. And I have been told no, because we've already discussed it enough. And so we're sitting here now. And those were the things I wanted to discuss. My concern about what was going on with the agenda. So if we couldn't add it to the agenda, and yet I want to talk about the agenda, I think this would be the time now that we can do that, send it to policy, and come back and definitely have it on the agenda.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second to amend. I'd like to go to a vote. Ms. Bowie, can you call the roll in case this is split? This is for amending to pull 2330 and 5070 out of the approval.
Ms. Adams?
To amend, no.
Mr. Boyer?
No.
Ms. Justice?
Yes?
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
All right, amendment fails 5-2, so the motion that is again on the table is to approve the drafts of suggested updates as presented. Ms. Bowie, if you could please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
No?
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
All right, policies are approved 5-2. Thank you very much. Moving along in the agenda, superintendent's report. Dr. Faust?
Sure, yes. Last week, I was able to sit down and meet with the leaders from across our community who are dedicated to ensuring the safety of our students and our community at large. Those in attendance represented a diverse group of individuals from our school district and county, the city, and law enforcement. Meeting together and beginning that conversation is an important first step towards improving school safety. I feel confident that this group is going to collaborate for positive change in our district and county. We will first be analyzing the systems and structures we already have in place to see which are effective and were there any opportunities for improvement. Together we established the hardscape measures we'll be looking at. Those include identifying the needed security measures based on safety, school safety audits, crisis communication procedures, updating and upgrading communication abilities and infrastructure. We also identified structure supports investments that could make our schools more safe and secure. These included wraparound supports for parents with an emphasis on mental health services, unified community programs, listening to a diverse student voice, and involving students in our safety conversations. There will be follow-up meetings in October. Student voice. Earlier this month, I had the first meeting of the year with our students from the Superintendent Advisory Council. My Student Advisory Council is comprised of 17 diverse students across all 8 high schools. There are at least 2 representatives from each school, with Mosley sending 1 student representative due to its small population. The agenda topics for the meeting are driven by our students because we want them to feel empowered by this opportunity and engaged in the issues that matter to them. School safety and bullying will be the topics for our upcoming October meeting. Future topics include course selection and signature programs, mental health, career readiness, communications, creating a unified school community, student engagement, and student voice. Superintendent Advisory Council or Committee. In addition, I've already met with the Principal Advisory Committee and look forward to meeting with the Classified Staff Advisory Committee tomorrow afternoon and meeting with teachers the first week in October. I'm looking forward to the conversations and the impact that each of these groups will have in our district. Those are my updates for the...
Thank you very much. All right, next item on the agenda is the board chairperson's report. I do not have a chairperson's report this evening, so that takes us to committee reports, and I was not notified of any committee reports for this evening, so I will move along to correspondence. There is none. Oh,
Can we go back to committee real quick?
yes, Ms.
All I wanted to say was the Family Communications Committee met in a, not in a meeting format, but more in a informative format. And I wanted to encourage everybody to go and look at the link because Josh Smith, our Chief Communications Officer, and his whole entire staff presented a very informative presentation, all the same words, on what they do, what their plans are, how it aligns with what our previous goals were. So I can't even begin to do it justice and to summarize, but I would encourage everyone to go and listen to that.
Great, thank you very much. All right. Next item is announcements.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
I
yes.
just briefly had a tiny bit of correspondence. I've received lots of questions and calls over the last 2 days about a TikTok trend of devious licks. So to our students, if that's something that you're enjoying, please knock it off.
All right. The Curriculum Committee will meet on Thursday, September 23rd at 3:45 at the Board of Education Center. The October regular board meeting will be held on Tuesday, October 5th, 5 p.m. at the Board of Education Center. And the Policy Committee meeting will meet on Tuesday, October 12th at 9 a.m. This meeting will be held remotely, and the public may view via NHCS TV YouTube channel. The board, next item up is closed session. We do have reason to go back into closed session. So I would like to ask for a motion to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11, A1, 3, and 6, to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 1232G, to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege information. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? We are in closed session. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. We're just about to speak. Are we live? All right, welcome back. Final item on the agenda this evening is adjournment. I move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? We are adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.
I believe I saw some eyes from the back.
Well, good, you can stay here, I believe it.